古人说，真正好的地方不用走很远，闭上眼睛就到了。今晚你已经到了。
There is a place where the plow rests against the wall and does not need to be lifted again. You have not seen it yet, but you have heard of it, the way one hears of rain before feeling it. A low pressure in the air, a rumor carried on the breath of travelers who came from somewhere else. Tonight you step away from the world you know. Behind you lies the field you have worked, though in this moment it does not matter which field, which season, which year. There have been so many seasons. Furrows turned in the cold months, seeds pressed into soil with tired thumbs, the long bending, the waiting, the small grief of frost arriving before the harvest was ready to be taken in. That world is behind you now. You feel the weight of it lift slightly from your shoulders, the way a coat lifts when it is finally too warm to wear. The ground beneath your feet is firm, not the ground of the furrowed field, but something older, something that has not been broken open by any hand. You press your heel into it, and it holds you, cool and certain. The light is the light of early evening, the kind that comes just after the sun has gone, but before the first star answers it. Everything is touched with a soft gray blue, the color of held breath. You carry nothing. There is no sack of seed at your hip, no tool slung across your back. Your hands are empty, and they hang loose at your sides, unused to being empty, and then slowly growing used to it. The way breath moves when there is nowhere in particular to be and no reason to hurry there. The air smells different here than it did near the field, less like turned earth and manure and the green bruise of crushed stalks. Here it smells faintly of water somewhere far off, and of something sweeter beneath that. Dust warmed by a sun that has already set, releasing its heat slowly back into the dark. You walk. The land around you is open, low, unhurried in its own shape. No steep hill demanding to be climbed, no narrow pass requiring care. It rolls gently, the way a sleeping animal's side rises and falls with breath. Somewhere behind you, so far behind now that it feels like another life, there were seasons that had to be obeyed. Spring commanded the sowing, summer commanded the weeding, the long bent hours beneath a sun that did not care about your back. Autumn commanded the harvest, quick, before the rain could ruin it. And winter simply commanded rest, but a rest that was really just waiting, tense and watchful, for the cycle to begin again. You'd have lived inside that wheel for as long as you can remember. But the rumor that pulls you now speaks of something else, a place where the wheel does not turn in the same way, where the 100 grains, beans and rice and millet, described by those who claim to have seen them as fat, heavy, glistening with their own abundance, grow of themselves, without a hand ever touching the soil to place them there. Winter and summer, the old voices said, the grain sows itself. You do not fully understand what that means yet. You only know that it sits in your chest like a held note, waiting to resolve. The path beneath your feet is not marked by any fence or stone. It is simply the direction your body wants to go, southwest, toward waters that are said to run black and quiet, guarding a wilderness that does not ask anything of anyone who enters it. Your shoulders, without you deciding it, have begun to drop. You feel the muscles along your neck loosen slightly, the ones that have held tension for so long, You had stopped noticing them as tension at all. They had simply become the shape of you. Now, walking into this soft blue evening, they remember they are allowed to be soft too. Your jaw unclenches, just slightly. Your hands empty at your sides, swing loose with the rhythm of your steps, no longer curled around any tool, no longer bracing for the next task. The land continues to open ahead of you, wide and dim, the horizon a low line where the darkening sky meets ground the color of ash and old wheat. There are no other travelers in sight, though the rumor suggested that some had gone this way before. Perhaps they are already there, in the wilderness beyond the rivers, sitting among the self-sown grain, listening to birds no one commanded to sing. Perhaps they never returned to tell the whole truth of it, because there was nothing pressing enough to return for. You do not need company to walk this path. The evening itself feels like companionship enough. The soft light, the give of the earth, the absence of any task waiting to be done when you arrive, because that is the heart of the rumor, the thing that made you rise from the field and leave the plow leaning against the wall. There is a place, they said, where effort is not required, not a place of miracles or magic exactly, not fire that does not burn, not stone that speaks, simply a place where the ordinary labor of living, the planting, the tending, the fearful watching of the sky for rain or drought, has been set aside, because the land itself has taken up that labor and finished it before you arrive. A paradise, if that word still means anything to you, worn thin as it has become from the mouths of people who never saw such a place and only wished for it. You walk on, and the last color drains slowly from the sky, replaced by a deepening blue that will in time deepen further into black. The two rivers are still ahead of you, though you cannot yet see them. You sense them the way you might sense a held breath in a room, not visible, but present, waiting. Your steps have found a rhythm now, steady and unhurried, matching the slow rise and fall of your own breathing. There is nowhere you need to be by morning. There is no field waiting for you, no season pressing its demand into your back. There is only the walking, and the soft dark widening around you, and the rumor of black waters somewhere ahead, holding between them a wilderness where the grain, they say, grows because it wants to, and asks nothing of the hands that might otherwise have planted it. You carry that thought with you, light as the empty hands swinging at your sides, as the path continues on into the deepening blue, toward the place where two dark rivers are said to run quiet and still, guarding the threshold of a land that does not require you to earn your rest. The path bends, and you feel the bend before you see it, the ground tilting gently west and then south, as if the earth itself is guiding you towards something it has already decided. The air changes first. You notice it on your skin before your mind names it, a coolness that was not there a mile back, damp and faintly mineral, the way air feels near water that has been still for a very long time. Somewhere ahead, unseen, a river is waiting. You walk on, and the dark around you is not empty. It has texture now, thickening at the edges of your sight, and when you look down, you see the path has changed beneath your feet, softer, quieter, as though the dust itself has learned to muffle its own sound. Then the trees fall back, and there, below a slope you did not notice you were descending, lies the first of the black waters. It does not gleam the way rivers are supposed to gleam under a rising moon. It holds no light at all. It is simply dark, a long dark ribbon laid across the land, moving so slowly that at first you mistake it for stillness. You stand at its edge and listen. There is no rush of current, no chatter of water over stone. There is only a hush, a sound so faint it feels less like sound and more like the absence sound leaves behind when it has finished speaking. Your breathing slows to match it. You did not decide this. Your chest simply follows the water's example, drawing air in longer, releasing it slower, until the rhythm of your body and the rhythm of the river are no longer two separate things. You feel the weight of your shoulders settle, just slightly, the way a held breath settles when it is finally let go. The old accounts speak of these waters only in passing. Black waters, they call them, without elaboration, as though their darkness required no further explanation. Between them, the accounts say, lies the wilderness of Duguang. Nothing more is offered. No warning, no welcome, only the fact of the place, stated plainly, the way one might mention a mountain, or a season, or the direction north. You find, standing here, that you do not need more than that. The river asks nothing of you. It simply moves, or almost moves, carrying whatever it carries towards some destination it will reach without hurry, without complaint, in its own unmeasured time. You crouch at the bank and let your fingers touch the surface. The water is cool but not cold. Cool the way stone is cool at evening, holding the memory of a warmth that has only just left it. Ripples spread out from where your hand rests, slow and wide, and fade before they reach the far side. You watch them fade. There is something in this watching that asks nothing of you either. You are not required to understand the water. You are not required to cross it quickly, or at all. You are only required to notice it, and let it be dark, and let it be still, and let it hold whatever it is holding on the other side. You rise and you walk along its edge, following the place where land meets water, feeling the ground grow softer beneath your steps. Not mud exactly, but something gentler, a give in the earth that seems designed to soften a traveler's footfall rather than resist it. The dark stretches on both sides of you now, river on one hand, the deepening night on the other, and you move between them the way a single thought moves through a long, quiet sleep, present but without urgency, going somewhere only because going is what a thought does, not because arrival matters. Your legs have found their rhythm. You are not tired in the way that asks for rest. You are tired in the way that welcomes it, a looseness settling into your calves and the backs of your knees, the kind of tiredness that walks well and will lie down easily when the time comes. You feel the weight of your own body more clearly now, not as a burden but as a simple fact, solid and unhurried, moving through a solid and unhurried world. Ahead, the path curves away from the first river, cutting across a stretch of open ground where the grass grows low and silvered, catching what little light drifts down from a moon you cannot quite locate. And beyond that stretch, you sense rather than see the second river, another dark line laid across the land, waiting, as still as the first, between them. The old words return to you now unbidden, the way a half-remembered melody rises when the mind is quiet enough to let it. Between the black waters, that is where the wilderness begins, the accounts say, and nowhere else, as if the land needed two dark rivers standing guard, one behind and one ahead, to hold something so soft and so unearned safely apart from the rest of the world. You cross the open ground slowly. The grass brushes your ankles, dry and whispering, and somewhere far off, you cannot say how far, distance behaves strangely in this hush. You hear a sound that might be wind moving through something taller than grass, or might be nothing at all, only the land settling the way a house settles at night, timbers and stone finding their old familiar rest. The second river comes into view the way the first one did, not gradually but all at once, as though it had been waiting behind a curtain only now drawn back. It is darker than the first, if that is possible, or perhaps it only seems darker because the night itself has deepened while you are walking, folding down around you the way a blanket folds around shoulders that have finally stopped needing to hold themselves upright. You stand at its edge as you stood at the first. The hush here is the same, and yet somehow deeper, as if this second water has learned an even quieter way of being still, having had longer, further from the world of plows and seasons, to practice its silence. You feel your own stillness beginning to match it. Your hands, which have been swinging loosely at your sides through all this walking, come to rest now, folding softly in front of you, though you do not remember deciding to fold them. Your jaw, which held some old tension from a life you are already beginning to forget, has loosened without your noticing when. Your breath moves in and out, long and slow, in time with two rivers that do not hurry. On either side of the threshold you are only now beginning to understand you have already crossed. Because somewhere between the first hush and the second, without any single step announcing itself as the important one, you entered the land the two rivers were guarding. You look around and the ground beneath your feet does not look different, still soft, still silvered with the same low grass, but the air holds a different quality now, a stillness that is not the stillness of empty land waiting to be used, but the stillness of land that has already finished all its work and has nothing left to do but rest in what it has become. You feel it before you understand it, the way you might feel half asleep that the room around you has changed somehow, though your eyes have not yet opened to confirm it. A warmth, a weight, a rightness settling into the dark. You walk on past the second river now behind you, its hush fading slowly into the wider hush of the land itself, and you find that the ground beneath your feet has grown even more forgiving, as if it too has stopped needing anything from the traveler that crosses it. There is no path marked here, not really, only the faint suggestion of a way forward, worn soft by nothing more than the passing of time, the way a stone in a river bed is shaped, not by one great force, but by centuries of small, patient water. You follow that suggestion. Your body has grown heavier in the good way, the way a body grows heavy when it has walked far enough to have earned its own stillness, though you sense somehow that here nothing needs to be earned at all, that the ground you are walking would hold you just as gently if you had arrived by some other means, or none. Ahead the dark begins to soften at its edges, not with light exactly, but with a quality of openness, as though the land were widening out before you into something broader than a path, something closer to a field, or a country, or a long unbroken breath held by the earth itself, since before anyone thought to measure such things. You do not hurry toward it. There is nothing in you now that hurries. Your feet continue their slow, steady fall against the softened ground, and your chest continues its long, slow rise and fall, and somewhere ahead, past the last thinning of the dark, past whatever threshold the two rivers were built to guard, a wilderness is waiting that has never once needed a hand to tend it. You feel that waiting the way you feel warmth from a fire before you see its light, and so you walk on, unhurried, into the widening dark, carrying nothing, needing nothing, following a ground that seems to have already decided to hold you gently all the way to wherever the fields begin. The ground changes before your eyes notice it changing. You feel it first in the give of the earth under your feet, softer now, looser, as though it has been turned recently by some hand that left no mark of its turning. You feel it in the air, which has grown thick with a smell you cannot quite name. Something green, something ripe, something like rain that fell days ago and is only now rising back out of the soil. Then you look down, and you see the first of the beans. They hang low and heavy on stalks that lean without breaking, the pods swollen and dark, the kind of fullness that usually comes only after long tending, after weeks of a farmer's worry, bent over the row. But there is no farmer here. There is no row, not really, no line ruled into the earth by a plow, no fence marking where one field ends and another begins. The beans simply grow, thick and unbothered, spreading out into the dimness on either side of you, like something that has always been growing and will always be growing without a season in which it started. The old record calls them fat beans, gao shu, and standing here, you understand the word in a way that reading it could never have given you. Fat is the only word for this. Fullness without effort, weight without struggle. You reach out and let your fingers brush one of the pods. It is warm, though the air around you is cool. It is smooth, though nothing has polished it. It gives slightly under your touch, the way a sleeping thing gives when you rest a hand against its side. You do not pick it. There is no reason to pick it. You are not hungry in the way that requires food, and even if you were, something in you understands that this fullness is not meant to be gathered. It is meant only to be walked through, the way you might walk through a room full of sleeping children, without waking any of them. You walk on, and the beans give way to something else. The ground opens into a wider hush, and you see it before you fully understand what you are seeing. A spread of pale gold, stretching out further than the dark will let you follow it. Low stalks bending under grain so heavy it should have broken them long ago. Rice, not a single field of rice, planted in one season and harvested in another, but rice in every stage at once. Green shoots pushing up beside stalks gone gold, gold stalks bending beside husks already burst open and spilling their grain onto the soft black earth beneath. You have seen fields of rice before, in the world you left behind at the threshold of the rivers. You remember them as places of bent backs and long days, water carried in buckets, hands blistered from years of the same motion repeated, until it wore a memory into the muscle. You remember rice as something that had to be asked for, again and again, every year, with sweat as the asking price. This rice was never asked for. This rice simply came. The old text has a name for it too, Gao Dao, the fat rice, and the word settles into you slowly, the way water settles into dry ground, filling every small space it can reach. You do not need to understand the language fully to understand the feeling underneath it. Fatness, plenty, a field that never once needed a hand. Your own hands, you notice, are hanging loose and open at your sides. You are not gripping anything. You are not reaching for anything. There is nothing here that asks to be grasped. And so, somewhere in the walking, your hands simply let go of the old habit of grasping, the way a fist relaxes once it remembers it was never in danger. You can feel that looseness spreading upward, into your wrists, into your forearms, into the long muscles of your shoulders that have carried across some other lifetime. The memory of scythes and hoes and baskets balanced on aching backs. Here, none of that memory is needed. Here, the shoulders can simply hang, soft and heavy, the way they hang in the last minutes before sleep, when the body finally believes that the day's asking has ended. You walk further, and the rice gives way to millet. The stalks here are taller, feathered at their tops with heads of grain that nod slightly, though there is no wind to move them. Or perhaps there is wind, so gentle you cannot feel it against your skin. Only see its trace in the small, unhurried motion of 10,000 grain-heavy stalks bowing and rising, like some vast and patient breathing. This is the fat millet, gaoji, and like the beans, like the rice, it does not grow in the ordinary way of grown things. It is not new in spring and gone in autumn. It is here in every state a stalk of millet can be in, pale and slender where it has only just broken the soil, full and golden where it has ripened past the point any farmer would call it ready, bent and spilling where it has gone past ripeness altogether and begun, without shame, to return its grain to the earth that grew it. You stand for a while at the edge of this field, though you could not say exactly how long. Time here does not move the way it moved on the other side of the rivers. There time was something that pressed on you, a season closing, a harvest owed, a winter that would come whether or not the grain was in. Here time seems to have loosened its grip, the way your shoulders loosened theirs. The millet does not care whether it is spring or autumn. It grows in all of them at once, unbothered, unhurried, needing nothing from the sky or the calendar or from you. Your own breath has slowed to match this loosening. You notice it now, a way you sometimes notice your own heartbeat only once someone points out how quiet a rune has become. Your breath is longer than it was at the rivers. Slower. It moves in and settles, moves out and settles, without any urging from you, the way the millet bows and rises without any urging from the wind. You lower yourself, without quite deciding to, until you are crouched at the edge of the field, your knees folding easily, your hands resting loose against your thighs. From here the grain is close enough that you can see the fine hairs along each stalk, the small beads of moisture caught in the folds of each leaf, though there has been no rain that you remember falling. The dampness seems to come from within the plant itself, as though the field is sweating gently in its sleep, the way a body sweats in deep and peaceful rest, not from labor, but from simply being warm and alive. You reach out again, the way you reached for the bean pod earlier, and let your palm rest flat against a stalk of millet heavy with grain. It bends toward your hand rather than away from it, the way a sleeping animal leans into a touch without waking. You do not pull any grain free. You only feel the weight of it resting briefly against your open palm, and then you let it go, and it rises back to where it was, unbothered, undisturbed, exactly as full as it had been before you touched it. There is a stillness to this fullness that is different from the stillness of an empty field. An empty field is still because there is nothing in it to move. This field is still because everything in it has already arrived at what it was meant to become, and so there is nothing left to strain toward, nothing left to grow into. The beans have already become full beans. The rice has already become, at every stage, exactly the rice it was meant to be at that stage. The millet bows because it is heavy, not because it is asking anyone to notice its bowing. You feel your own body settling into a similar shape. Your spine, which carried itself upright and alert through the walk between the rivers, has begun to soften along its length, the way a stalk softens once it stops trying to reach any higher than it already has. Your jaw, which you did not notice was tight until this moment, unclenches slightly, the way a held breath finally releases. Your eyes feel heavier. Though the dimness around you has not grown any darker, it is simply that your eyes no longer feel any need to stay so wide against it. You stay crouched at the edge of the field for a while longer, doing nothing, needing nothing, watching the slow bowing and rising of grain that grew itself without needing you and without needing anyone. Somewhere behind you, faint and soft, you think you hear the two rivers still moving, though the memory of their hush has grown distant now, folded under this newer, thicker silence made of things growing without asking. Somewhere ahead, past this field, you sense, though you could not say how, that there are more fields like it, larger, older, going on without any edge you will ever find by walking toward it. This does not trouble you. There is no reason it should trouble you. You are not walking toward an edge. You are only walking, slowly, softly, through a wilderness that has already finished all of its wanting. Eventually you rise from your crouch, your knees unfolding without complaint, and you continue on into the deeper fields, where the beans and the rice and the millet blur together into one long, unbroken breadth of green and gold, swaying gently under a wind you can no longer be certain is really there, or whether it is only the field itself, breathing the way you are breathing, the way the whole wilderness seems to breathe around you, slow and full, and asking nothing of the ground that carries it, nothing of the sky above it, nothing at all of you. You walk on into that breathing field, and somewhere in its depth you begin to notice something that at first seems impossible, though the wilderness does not treat it as impossible at all. The grain around you is not one season's grain. Here, close to your left hand, the millet stands green and young, its stalks still soft, still deciding what shape they will grow into. Only a few paces further, the same millet stands heavy and gold, bowed low with the weight of its own ripeness, ready for a harvest that no one is coming to take. You slow your steps to look more closely, and the closer you look, the less the wilderness resolves into any single moment of time. It seems to hold every stage of growing all at once, the way a held breath might contain somehow both the memory of breathing in and the promise of breathing out. The old record has a phrase for this, spoken in a voice too plain to be calling attention to itself. The 100 grains grow of themselves, sown across both winter and summer. 百谷自生，冬夏播情. You do not need to understand the words to understand the field. The field has already explained itself to your feet, to your eyes, to the unhurried rhythm of your walking. Winter and summer sown together, not one after the other, the way the seasons move in the world you left behind, not planting in spring and waiting through summer, and reaping in autumn, and resting finally in the cold stillness of winter, only to begin again the following year, the plow dragged out once more, the same furrows cut into the same tired ground. Here, the furrows have already been cut and forgotten, or perhaps they were never needed in the first place. Here sowing and reaping are no longer two separate acts, standing far apart on the calendar. They stand beside each other, touching, the way two words in a single sentence touch, one right after the other, with no pause of waiting between them. You crouch again, drawn by something at the base of a rice stalk. Your knees bend easily now, without the stiffness you might once have expected of them. The ground receives your weight the way it receives everything else here, without protest, without asking anything back. At the base of the stalk, half hidden in the dark soil, you notice a grain of rice still pale and small, barely begun, and rising from the very same root, another stalk beside it stands bent nearly double, its grains dark and full, spilling faint dust into your palm when you brush against it without meaning to. Same root, same soil, 2 different hours of the same eternal day. You sit back on your heels and let this settle into you, the way the light settles over the field, evenly, without preference, touching the new grain and the old grain with the same gentle, indifferent warmth. In the world you left, there was always a clock hidden somewhere beneath the work, somewhere behind the plow, behind the sowing, behind the waiting. There was always a season pressing forward, demanding the next season replace it, until the whole of a life became a long line of replacements, each one arriving only after the last had been used up entirely. Here, there is no such line. The field does not spend its seasons. It holds them. Notice for a moment how your own breathing has begun to lose its edges in the same way. There is no longer a clear line between the breath you are taking in and the breath you released only a moment before. They blur together into something continuous, something that no longer needs you to count it, or manage it, or worry over where the next one will come from. The wilderness breathes like that. Winter breathes into summer, summer breathes into winter, and somewhere in between, the beans swell in their pods without ever once needing a farmer's hand to press the seed into the earth, without ever needing a farmer's eye to watch the sky nervously for rain. You walk on, slower now, past a stretch where the bean plants stand in every stage you can imagine, though you have stopped trying to name each stage as you pass it. There are pods still flat and closed, and pods trembling with fullness, and pods already opened, spilling their dark seeds gently into the soil below, where, you notice without surprise, because nothing here surprises you the way it once might have, new shoots are already rising from that same fallen seed, thin as green thread, reaching upward into the same unhurried light. The ending and the beginning are not far apart here. They are in fact the same motion, seen from 2 different angles. This is what the old words meant, perhaps, when they said the 100 grains sowed themselves through winter and through summer. Not that some invisible farmer, tireless and unseen, moved through the fields at every hour, planting endlessly, seed after seed, without rest. That would only be labor pushed out of sight, hidden rather than removed. No, the field sows itself the way a river carries itself forward, without a decision being made anywhere along its length to keep moving. The water simply moves because moving is what water is. The grain simply grows because growing is what grain is here, in this particular stretch of the world, where growing has never once been asked to justify itself, or earn its own continuation, or wait its turn. You find yourself thinking, without much effort, of the seasons you once knew, the plowing that came before planting, the waiting that came after, the long gray months of winter, when the fields lay bare and dark, and the work of the year seemed to pause only because the ground itself refused to give anything more until it had rested. That waiting does not exist here, or perhaps it exists, but folded so closely against the growing that you can no longer separate the two. The winter is here somewhere in this same unbroken field, but it is winter without bareness, winter that has already quietly become summer, without either one needing to end for the other to begin. You lie your palm flat against the soil beside the rice stalks, feeling the cool give of the earth beneath your fingers. It is neither the hard, cold ground of true winter, nor the dry, cracked ground of deep summer. It is simply ground, soft, dark, patient, holding within it every season it has ever needed to hold, all at once, without strain. Your shoulders, you notice, have dropped somewhat further since you began walking through this deeper part of the field. Your jaw has loosened. Something in your chest that you did not know was tight has begun, slowly, to release. You are not trying to understand the field anymore. You have stopped needing to translate what you see here into the language of the world you left behind, the world where seasons must follow each other in order, where sowing must come before reaping, where every act of growth is owed to some earlier act of labor. Here the debt has simply been canceled. The grain does not owe its ripeness to anyone's hands. It ripens the way stars appear at evening, not because someone lit them, but because the dark simply allows them to be seen. You rise again slowly and continue walking. The walking has begun to feel like less and less of a decision, and more like something the field is doing gently on your behalf. The ground moving softly beneath your feet, the way water moves beneath a boat that has stopped trying to steer itself anywhere in particular. Ahead, the rice gives way gradually to open grass, tall and pale gold, bending in that same unplaceable wind. Somewhere within it, you cannot yet see where, you sense a stirring, a small motion of sound rather than sight, something calling not to you, not to anyone, but simply because calling is what it is built to do. You do not hurry toward it. There is no reason to hurry here, where every hour holds the same fullness as every other, where winter and summer have already agreed, long before you arrived, to stop taking turns. The grain around you continues its quiet, self-tending work, flowering somewhere, ripening somewhere else, falling and rising again in the same patient breath, asking nothing of you, needing nothing from you, simply going on, the way your own breathing has begun, almost without your noticing, to go on as well, slow and even, and entirely its own. You come to a place where the grass thins into a low bank, soft with moss, and here your body decides before your mind quite agrees that this is where you will stop walking for a while. You lower yourself onto the moss. It holds the shape of you the way old cushions hold the shape of a body that has sat in them many times before, though this is the first time you have ever been here. From this new stillness, the sound you had noticed earlier resolves. It is a bird's voice, high and clear, moving in small loops and returns, the kind of pattern water makes when it turns back on itself in a shallow pool. The old records call this creature the Luan bird, Luan Niao, and describe it doing exactly what you now hear it doing, which is singing, not singing to summon a mate, not singing to warn of danger, or to mark a boundary, or to answer another bird across the field, just singing, the way the grain grows, the way the wind moves through the grass without asking permission from the grass. You search the gold blades for a long moment before you see it. Small, quick, its feathers catching a color that is not quite blue and not quite green, something the eye has to keep deciding about. It sits on a low stem that bends but does not break beneath so light a weight, and its throat moves, and the sound comes out round and unhurried, and then it stops, and then, after a silence exactly as long as the song, it begins again. You notice that you are still, not the stillness of holding your breath to avoid disturbing it. You tried that instinct at first, tensing your shoulders, and found it unnecessary, because the bird had already made clear, in the way it did not glance toward you, that your presence was not a variable it needed to account for. You are simply somewhere near it. It is simply somewhere near you. Your shoulders lower on their own, an inch, then another, settling toward the moss the way sediment settles toward a riverbed, not falling exactly, just finding the lowest comfortable point and staying there. This is the strangeness you begin to notice, sitting at the edge of the self-growing fields, listening. Every song you have ever heard before this one was in some quiet way, for someone, a note held because a listener was expected or hoped for or feared. Even bird song, in the world you left behind, carried within it some shadow of purpose, territory, courtship, alarm, a reason large enough to justify the effort of making sound at all. Here the Luan bird sings with no such shadow. It is not performing for you, though you are close enough to hear every turn in its small voice. It is not performing for another bird, though there may be others somewhere in the tall grass, singing their own private threads of sound. It sings, the old text suggests, simply because singing is a thing it does, the way growing is a thing the grain does, the way flowing is a thing water does when no one has built a dam to stop it. You let this settle into you slowly, the way water settles into dry ground, not all at once, but through many small openings, each one taking in a little more before passing it further down. The bird pauses again. In the pause you hear the field itself, the grass moving, the grain somewhere completing its endless soft work of ripening and falling and rising, the low sound the moss makes when the wind bends the taller stems above it and lets them tap gently against the ground. None of this is being done for you. None of it stops or starts because you are here to notice it. And there is something in that absence of performance that loosens something in your chest, a small muscle you did not know you had been holding tight, perhaps for a very long time, released now the way a hand releases a rope it no longer needs to grip. You feel your own breath continuing its slow rhythm, in and out, unwatched by you, unremarkable, needing no audience either. The Luan bird sings again. This time you let the sound move through you rather than trying to catch its meaning, the way you might let warm water move over your hands without needing to hold on to any single drop of it. The notes rise, bend, fall, rest. Rise, bend, fall, rest. There is a rhythm here that does not ask to be followed, only to be near. You find that your own thoughts, which have been moving in their own small loops since long before you arrived in this field, have begun without your deciding it, to slow to something nearer this same unhurried pace. A thought rises. It does not need to go anywhere. It bends and falls and rests, the way the bird's voice does, the way the grain does, the way you notice now your own shoulders have done, and your jaw which is softened, without your telling it to, the muscles around your eyes, which have stopped working to focus so sharply on any one thing. The field does not need your attention in order to continue. This has been true since before you sat down, and it remains true now, and there is a rest inside that fact, larger than the rest in your legs, larger than the rest in your low seat of moss. Nothing here is waiting for you to notice it in order to keep existing. The grain grows whether you watch it or not. The luan bird sings whether you listen or not. And so your listening when it happens is not a duty and not a gift given to the field. It is simply one more small thing occurring alongside the singing, alongside the growing, neither more nor less necessary than the wind moving the grass. You lean back slightly, and the moss receives the new angle of your weight without complaint, cool and slightly damp beneath your palms where you have set them down behind you. The sky above the field has taken on the color it seems to hold at every hour here. Not quite the deep dark of true night. Not quite the pale gray before dawn, but some soft color between them, unhurried, unresolved, content to remain exactly as it is, rather than moving towards some other color it is supposed to become. You do not feel the need to name it. The loon bird sings once more, a short phrase this time, 4 notes rising and 1 falling, and then it is quiet for a longer while, long enough that you begin to wonder, in a distant and unworried way, whether it is finished, whether it has moved elsewhere in the grass, whether it will begin again. None of these wonderings carry any weight. You are not waiting for the song to resume the way you might once have waited for something important, some answer, some outcome you needed. You are only sitting at the edge of a field that grows itself, near a small stem that a bird was resting on a moment ago, in air that asks nothing of your lungs beyond the breathing they were already doing. Your hands, resting now on the cool moss behind you, have stopped needing to hold anything. Your feet, which carried you this far without complaint, have stopped needing to carry you any further, at least for now. Your eyes have grown heavier at their lower rims, the way eyes do near the close of a long, unhurried day, though here it is difficult to say whether this is evening or simply the field's own permanent temperature of light. The loon bird begins again, softer this time, as though singing partly to itself, the notes closer together, less a call outward and more a low continuing hum, the kind of sound a voice makes when it has stopped needing to reach anyone and has settled instead into simply being present. You find your own breathing has taken on something of that same quality, no longer measured against anything, no longer performed for any listener, not even for yourself, simply happening, low and even somewhere beneath your notice, the way the grain grows somewhere beneath the notice of the wind that moves across it. The field holds you the way it holds the bird, the way it holds the grass, the way it holds the grain ripening in patient, private cycles all around you. Nothing here asks you to stay awake in order to belong. Nothing here asks you to listen closely in order to be counted as part of what is happening. The loon bird sings, unheard by anyone in particular, and you rest, unwatched by anyone in particular, and the two are, in this soft field between the 2 dark rivers, very much the same quiet act. The song has gone quiet now, though you could not say exactly when it stopped, only that the air feels different, thicker somehow, as though something in the tall grass has drawn a slow breath and is holding it. You do not turn your head to look. You have learned without being taught that looking too directly at this field asks it to become something it is not. A display, a performance, a thing arranged for your benefit. So you let your eyes rest where they already are, soft and unfocused, on the middle distance where stalks bend gently under their own fullness. And there, at the edge of what you can see without trying, something moves. It is not the movement of an animal startled or hunting. It is slower than that, more deliberate, and yet without any purpose you could name. A shape unfolds itself from the grass, long feathers catching what little light drifts down through the evening haze. Colors that seem to hold both fire and water at once, gold folding into deep blue, folding into a red so soft it looks like the last hour before dusk. You do not need the old records to tell you what stands there. Something in you already knows. This is the phoenix, Feng, moving through the grass the way water moves through a low place in the land. Without hurry, without direction that could be written down, simply following the shape that feels most natural in this particular moment. It takes a step, then another. The steps are not measured, not counted, not arranged into any pattern that a dance master might teach. And yet there is something in the way each foot lifts and settles that you would call, if you had to call it anything, a kind of dancing. You feel your own body settle a little further into the grass where you are sitting. Your shoulders, which had already dropped once tonight, drop further still. There is nothing here that requires you to sit upright, to watch with the attentive posture of someone taking notes. The field does not care whether you understand what you are seeing. It only continues, the way it has always continued, whether or not anyone happens to be present to receive it. The phoenix turns, slowly, tracing a wide arc through the grass, its long tail feathers trailing behind like a ribbon of low cloud caught on a branch. There is no audience it is dancing for. You understand this now the way you understood watching the Luan bird, that the song was never meant for ears. The dance is not meant for eyes. It is simply what a body does when it is full of grain grown without labor, full of water drawn without asking, full of a stillness so complete that movement becomes its own form of rest. You find yourself thinking in a slow and unhurried way that you have spent much of your life watching things in order to understand them, watching in order to learn, watching in order to remember, watching in order to carry something away and use it later. This watching is different. There is nothing to carry away. The phoenix does not perform for memory. It dances because dancing is what a body does in a field where nothing is owed to anyone. Your breathing has slowed further while you are not paying attention to it. You do not correct this. You let it stay slow. There is a heaviness beginning to settle into your limbs. Not exhaustion, not the heaviness of a long day's labor, but something gentler, something closer to the weight of a body finally permitted to stop holding itself upright against expectation. The phoenix moves further into the grass, its shape growing softer at the edges as the stalks close gently around it. The way water closes around a stone drops slowly rather than thrown. You lose sight of the gold first, then the blue, then only a faint red glow remains, low in the grass, like the last coal of a fire banked for the night. And then even that dims, not because the bird has gone anywhere in particular, but because it has simply continued being what it is, in a place where continuing to be does not require staying visible to you. You do not feel any need to follow it. This too feels important, though you could not say why in any words you would bother to reach for right now. There was a time, though it feels distant now, folded somewhere behind you along the path you walked to get here, when you might have felt a small ache at watching something beautiful disappear from view, a wish to hold on to it, to keep it in sight a little longer. That ache is not here tonight. The field has taught you something different. Things do not need to remain visible to remain true. The phoenix is still dancing, somewhere in the deeper grass, whether or not you can see it. The Luan bird is still singing, somewhere in the low light, whether or not you can hear it clearly anymore. The grain is still ripening, in every direction around you, whether or not you turn your head to check. You let your eyes close, just for a moment, testing the darkness the way you might test the temperature of water before stepping in. It is warm. Not warm like heat, but warm like weight, like something soft, settling gently over your shoulders. Behind your closed eyelids, the field does not disappear. It continues, softened now into color and shape rather than sharp detail. A wash of green and gold, a suggestion of red moving somewhere far off, a low hum of sound that might be wind, or might be the last trailing note of a song that finished some time ago without you quite noticing its end. You open your eyes again slowly, not because you need to see anything in particular, but because it feels good simply to notice that opening and closing your eyes here carries no urgency either way. The field looks the same whether your eyes are open or closed. This is, you sense, part of what makes this place what it is. Nothing here depends on your watching. Nothing here depends on your waking. Somewhere further out in the grass, another shape stirs. Not the phoenix returning, but something else, low and quiet, moving with the unhurried gait of an animal that has never once needed to hurry. You do not turn to look closely. You have already begun to understand that this field holds many things moving quietly through it at once. Dancing, singing, grazing, resting, none of them requiring your full attention in order to continue being real. Your hands resting loosely in your lap or at your sides, you are not entirely certain which, and it does not seem to matter, have gone soft and heavy. Your jaw has unclenched itself sometime in the last few minutes without your noticing exactly when. The muscles around your eyes feel smoothed out, the way sand is smoothed by water moving slowly and repeatedly over the same low stretch of shore. You sense, though you could not point to the exact moment it happened, that you have stopped watching the phoenix as something separate from yourself. An object out there in the grass to be observed and understood. It has simply become part of the same quiet unfolding that includes the grain, the bird song, your own breathing, the low warmth of the evening air settling over the field like a blanket drawn up by some unseen and patient hand. There is a phrase from the old accounts that returns to you now, softly, without effort. The phoenix bird dances of itself. Feng Niao Ziwu. And you understand, resting here in the tall grass with your eyes drifting closed again, that the phrase was never only about the bird. It was about this field, this particular quality of being where everything that happens simply because it is the nature of the thing to happen, without need of witness, without need of purpose beyond its own occurring. You are in this moment very close to being one more thing occurring in the field without need of witness. Your breath moves in and out, slow and low. Your body has grown heavy in the grass, heavy the way ripe grain is heavy, heavy the way a bird's wing is heavy when it has finished its long, unhurried arc through the evening air and settled, at last, back into stillness. The light is fading further now, not with any urgency, but the way all light fades here, gently without insistence, dimming the way a held note dims at the far end of its own natural length. Somewhere out past the edge of your awareness, the phoenix continues its slow dance in grass you can no longer see. Somewhere closer, the Luan bird's last notes have folded themselves into silence, or into something so close to silence that the difference no longer seems worth marking. You do not need to keep track of any of it. You are only asked, if you can even call it asking, to remain here, soft and low in the grass, breathing at the pace the field has already set for you, watching without needing to watch, resting without needing to notice that you have already, somewhere in the last few slow minutes, begun to rest. You rise from the grass slowly, the way water rises when there is nowhere it needs to be, and you find that your feet already know the direction to take, though no one has told them. Ahead, past a low fold in the land, a single tree stands apart from the others. You do not know yet that it's called the Lingsho tree, the tree of long life, though something in the shape of it, the way it holds itself, unhurried, complete, tells you this before any name could. As you draw closer, you notice something that does not at first seem possible. Its branches carry blossoms, pale, soft, newly opened, the kind of flower that seems to hold its own morning inside it. And in the same breath, on the very same branches, there is fruit. Not fruit that will come later, after the flowers have finished their brief work and fallen, not fruit from last season, held on past its time, fruit that is simply there now beside the flowers, as though the tree had never been told that blossom and harvest were meant to happen apart from each other. You stand beneath it for a while, doing nothing but looking. The blossoms are white, or something close to white, with a warmth at the center of each one, like the last light of a candle held behind thin cloth. The fruit is heavy and low, deep in color, the kind of color that seems to hold dusk inside itself, even in daylight. Between them, the leaves are a green so quiet it barely announces itself as a color at all. You reach out slowly and let your fingers rest against one low branch, not to pick anything, only to feel the bark, cool and smooth beneath your palm. The tree does not startle at your touch. It does not seem to notice you at all, in the way that nothing here seems to notice you, not with unkindness, but the way a mountain does not notice the person walking past its base. You are simply one more small presence moving through something far larger than yourself, and the tree continues doing what it has always done, flowering and fruiting in the same unbroken moment, whether or not anyone stands beneath it to see. You let your hand fall back to your side. There is no obvious reason standing here, why a tree should choose one season over another to do its work. Somewhere in the world you left behind, the world of plows and waiting, of watching the sky for rain that may or may not come, a tree like this would be considered strange, even wrong. Flowers belong to spring. Fruit belongs to autumn. The two are not supposed to share a branch. But nothing here seems to have heard that rule. The Lingsho tree simply continues, blossom and fruit together, spring and autumn folded into the same quiet hour, as though time itself had been asked to stop insisting on its usual order, and had agreed, gently, without argument. You find, standing there, that you are not troubled by this. If anything, something in your chest loosens further, the way it might loosen at the sight of a door left open that you had always assumed had to stay closed. Your breathing has slowed to match the stillness of the branches above you. Your shoulders, which had already dropped once tonight in the grass among the singing birds, drop further now, as though they too had been waiting for permission that has just quietly arrived. You do not need to understand how the tree does what it does. You only need to stand here, beneath it, letting the fact of it settle into you the way dusk settles into a valley, not arriving all at once, but simply becoming more true with every passing minute. You lower yourself down at the base of the tree, your back resting lightly against the trunk, its bark cool through the thin fabric of your shirt. From here, looking up, you can see both the flowers and the fruit at once. Pale petals and deep-colored fruit sharing the same darkening sky behind them. Neither one waiting for the other, neither one in any hurry to give way. Something in this arrangement, flower and fruit, beginning and completion, resting side by side without conflict, reminds you distantly of something you might have heard once, in passing, in a story told by someone half remembered. You recall, or perhaps only sense, that far to the north and west of here, past ranges you have not walked and rivers you have not crossed, there is said to be a mountain called Kunlun, where orchards grow that never finish bearing, where the fruit ripens and is eaten, and ripens again, without any gap between one harvest and the next, as though the orchard had simply decided that scarcity was not a condition it was willing to accept. You have never seen that mountain, you may never see it, but the thought of it does not feel far away, not really. It feels like something the size of a single held breath, close enough to touch, connected to this valley by some thread too fine to name, but too real to dismiss. And there is another place you recall, spoken of in the same hushed way, a wilderness called the wilderness of great joy, where it is said, the very air moves in a manner too soft and too generous to be called ordinary weather, where whatever lives there wants for nothing, in the way that nothing here, beneath the lingsho tree, seems to want for anything either. You do not know if these places are truly separate from one another, or if they are simply this same valley, seen at different hours, by different travelers, each one calling what they found by a different name. Sitting here, back against the tree, you find that the distinction does not matter very much. Perhaps every paradise is the same paradise, wearing a different name depending on which tired traveler happened to wander into it, and on which season of their own tiredness they happened to be carrying when they arrived. You let your eyes half close, still able to see through the softened edges of your vision the shapes of blossom and fruit above you, blurred now into a single pale and dark blur, no longer needing to be told apart. The evening has grown fuller around you without your quite noticing when it happened. The light that remains is low and amber, the kind of light that does not illuminate so much as it simply confirms that things are still there. The grass, the branches, the fruit hanging heavy and unhurried above your head. Somewhere behind you, faint enough that you could mistake it for the wind if you were not already familiar with its particular shape, a luan bird sings a few notes and lets them fade. Somewhere further out, in grass you cannot see from where you sit, the phoenix is perhaps still dancing, or has perhaps already stopped, folding itself down into the grass the way you yourself are folding down here against the tree, in no hurry to decide which is true. You do not check. You do not need to check. The fruit above you does not fall while you watch, and does not need to. It is simply present, the way the flowers are simply present, the way this whole valley seems to exist not as a sequence of events moving from one state to another, but as a single unbroken condition, held steady, offered freely, asking nothing of anyone who happens to arrive. Your hands have settled loosely in your lap, your legs, tired in the pleasant way that comes after a long, unhurried walk, have stopped asking to move any further. You notice distantly that your breath has grown slower still, matching itself not to any effort of your own, but to the tree above you, which breathes in its own way, through the quiet opening and closing of its blossoms, through the steady, patient weight of its fruit. There is nothing left to walk toward tonight. The Lingsho tree does not lead anywhere. It is not a landmark on the way to some further destination. It is itself a kind of destination, though even that word suggests more urgency than the tree seems to require of you. You could sit here a long while. You could sit here until the last of the light goes entirely, until the flowers close for whatever brief rest flowers here allow themselves, until the fruit hangs dark and full against a sky gone the color of deep water. Time, in this valley, does not seem to insist on moving forward the way it does elsewhere. It seems instead to fold, spring resting beside autumn, morning resting beside evening, the fruit of one season sharing a single branch with the flower of another. None of them troubled by the arrangement, none of them in any rush to correct it. You let your own sense of time fold along with it. There is no clock here. There is only the tree and the low light and the sound very far off of birds who sing because singing is simply what they are, not because anyone is listening. Your body has grown heavy against the trunk, in the good way, the way a body grows heavy when it has finally been given permission to stop holding itself up quite so carefully. The bark is cool at your back. The air is cool and still around you. Above, blossom and fruit continue their quiet, patient sharing of the same branch, the same hour, the same unhurried dusk. You close your eyes fully now, just for a moment, though the moment does not seem inclined to end quickly. Behind your eyelids, the world does not disappear. It only grows softer, the way the valley itself has grown softer with each hour you have spent moving through it. The fields, the birds, the phoenix, and now this tree, all folding together into something less like a sequence of places and more like a single deep warm stillness, holding you the way the tree holds both its flower and its fruit, without conflict, without effort, without asking anything of you at all. When you open your eyes again, the light has not changed. It never changes here in any way that hurries you. You rise from the base of the Lingsho tree slowly, the way a stone might rise if a stone ever wanted to move at all. And you find that your legs already know where they are going, even though you have not decided anything. The ground beneath you slopes gently downward, toward the center of the wide field. You walk without counting steps. The grasses part around your ankles, soft and cool, still holding some of the day's warmth, low against the earth, even as the air above has cooled into evening. And somewhere ahead, without any sound announcing it, the land opens into a wide clearing, low and round, like a bowl pressed into the world by some enormous, gentle hand. This is where the beasts have gathered. You see them before you understand what you are seeing, shapes in the grass, dozens of them, some large and some small, resting together in loose herds that seem to have no organization at all, and yet somehow no disorder either. A group of deer lies close to a group of boar. Something that might be an ox rests its heavy head near the paws of something that might, in a world whose sharper edges have been dangerous. Here, none of that sharpness remains. They do not look up as you approach. This alone tells you everything you need to know about this place. In the world you left behind, arrival meant attention. A stranger walking into a clearing full of animals would have caused ears to lift, heads to turn, bodies to tense in that old, tired readiness for flight or defense. Here, the herds simply continue breathing, slow and even, the way grass continues growing, whether or not anyone is watching it grow. You lower yourself to the ground at the edge of the clearing, careful out of old habit rather than any real necessity, and no one stirs. The grass here is thicker than elsewhere in the wilderness, pressed down in wide, warm patches by the weight of so many bodies resting so often in the same places. You settle into one of these patches, and it receives you the way water receives a stone, without resistance, without sound, simply opening to hold what has been given to it. You can feel the last of your own tension leaving you slowly, the way mist leaves a valley once the sun has fully set, not all at once, but in long, unhurried layers, one settling after another until there is only stillness left. Notice how your breathing has already begun to match the rhythm of the place around you. You did not choose this. It happened the way water finds its level, the way two flames near each other in perfect calm will sometimes begin to flicker in the same slow measure. The rise and fall of your chest has slowed to match the rise and fall of the flank of the creature nearest you. Some gentle animal with a wide back and heavy-lidded eyes, lying only a short distance away, its breathing so calm and so deep that it seems less like an act of a living body and more like the turning of some great unhurried wheel. In and out, in and out. You find that you are no longer thinking about your own breath at all. It is simply happening, the way the grain in the field simply grows, the way the Luan birds simply sing, the way the phoenix simply moves through its long, wordless dance without ever needing to decide to begin. The record that first spoke of this valley used a single phrase for what surrounds you now, 100 beasts, gathered and dwelling together. And the phrase, when you first heard it, might have sounded like something ordinary, something you could pass by without much notice. But lying here now, among them, you understand it differently. There is no fear in this clearing, not the absence of danger. You cannot be certain there is no danger here at all, but the absence of fear itself, as though fear had simply never been invited into this valley in the first place. The way it is invited so constantly, so quietly, into the world of labor and want that you left behind so many hours ago. You remember distantly what it felt like to walk through your old life bracing for something, a debt, a season of bad rain, a master's demand, a body that would not stop aching from work it had not chosen. That bracing has left your shoulders now. It left somewhere between the fields of fat grain and the tree of endless blossom, and you did not notice its leaving any more than you notice a held breath finally released. Here, the deer sleep beside creatures that in any other valley would have made them prey. Here, the ox and the boar share the same warm patch of grass, without either one needing to establish which of them belongs there more. You do not know the word for this in any language you carried with you into the valley, but your body seems to know it already, the way it knew, without any explanation, how to slow its steps in the tall grass near the phoenix, how to let its eyes soften near the lingsho tree, how to stop needing to arrive anywhere at all. The wide back beside you rises and falls. Your own chest rises and falls, matching it slower now than it has been in longer than you can remember. Somewhere behind you, or perhaps it was always simply everywhere, filling the whole valley the way water fills a low place. You can still hear the faint, unhurried notes of the Luan bird's private song, carrying across the field from wherever it began, needing no one to receive it, and yet somehow reaching you all the same. You do not need to lift your head to listen. You do not need to do anything at all. The grass beneath you holds the last warmth of the day, the way a hand might hold warmth after it has closed around something small and living. The animals around you breathe in their long, patient rhythm, undisturbed by your presence, unbothered by the passing of the hour, needing no watch to be kept over them, because nothing here has ever required watching. Your eyelids have grown heavy in a way that feels less like tiredness and more like agreement, as though your whole body has simply decided, without argument, that this is a good place to stop asking anything of the world, and to let the world, for once, ask nothing of you in return. Somewhere near your hand, in the deep grass, something small moves, a rabbit perhaps, or some other soft, low creature, and then settles again, close enough that you can feel the faint warmth of it without needing to see it clearly. None of the herd shift away from you. None of them draw closer either. You are simply included, the way the fields include every grain planted or unplanted, the way the sky above includes both blossom and fruit without preference, the way this whole valley seems to fold every living thing into the same slow, unbroken rhythm of rest. Your breathing continues, slower now, matching the great wide-backed creature beside you, matching the faint stirring of grass under small unseen bodies, matching the whole valley's long and patient exhale. You feel the ground beneath you, solid, cool, endlessly patient, and you feel, too, that it no longer requires anything of your body except this, to be here, weight given fully, breath given fully, no part of you held back for later, no part of you bracing for anything at all. The 100 beasts breathe around you in the dimming light. You breathe among them, and for a while, you could not say how long, and it does not seem to matter. There is no difference at all between the sound of your own slow breath and the sound of the valley breathing beside you. One long, unhurried rhythm, holding everything within it gently, the way it has always held everything, long before you arrived, and will go on holding, long after you have stopped noticing that you are here at all. After a while, the beasts around you shift and settle, the way sleepers do when a dream turns gently to another dream. Nothing wakes, nothing startles. You find that you, too, can move without breaking the stillness, and so you rise, slowly, and let your feet carry you a little further into the field, toward a low mound you had not noticed before. It rises softly from the grass, no higher than a resting animal, covered in the same fat grain that fills the wilderness around it. The stalks lean over it as they lean everywhere else, heavy, unhurried, indifferent to what lies beneath them. This is where Haoji is buried. You know this without being told, the way you have known other things since entering this land, not as fact delivered from outside, but as something the ground itself seems to hold and offer, quietly, to anyone willing to stand still long enough to receive it. Haoji was the god of grain, the one credited, in old memory, with teaching people how to plant, how to wait, how to gather what the earth was willing to give only after long labor. He was the figure standing behind every furrow ever cut, every season counted, every harvest carried home on tired shoulders. He belongs to the world you left behind, the world of the plow and the turning year, the world where abundance had to be coaxed from the soil, one patient act at a time. And here, of all places, is where he rests, not in a temple, not beneath carved stone or watchful gates. Here, in the wilderness of Duguang, where the grain grows without hands, without waiting, without the need for anyone to teach it anything at all. You stand at the edge of the mound and feel the strangeness of this settle over you slowly. The way mist settles over a field toward evening. Not sudden, not sharp, just a soft thickening of the air around a single, simple fact. The God who taught the world to labor for its food lies now in the one field where labor was never required. The one who carried the burden of the harvest through all those older, harder years has been laid down at last in the place where the burden dissolves entirely. It does not feel like an ending. It feels like a completion, the kind that arrives so quietly it could be mistaken for silence itself. You lower yourself to sit near the mound, not out of reverence exactly, though there is something like reverence in it, but because your body has already begun to understand that this is a place suited to sitting, the way a riverbank is suited to water, the way shade is suited to rest. The grain around the mound moves faintly in a wind you cannot feel on your skin, only see the heavy heads dipping and rising like the slow breath of something enormous and calm. You watch them for a long time without thinking of them as anything other than what they are. Grain, moving, patient, unbothered by the presence of a grave beneath them. There is no urgency in the way they grow over him. There is no sorrow in it either. It is simply what the field does, everywhere, all the time, growing over what came before, folding the old labor into new abundance, without needing to remember whose hands once tried so hard to make it happen. You feel your own shoulders loosen further, as though something in you has been carrying a small, old weight. Not sorrow exactly, something more like vigilance, the readiness to work, the readiness to strive. And here, beside this quiet mound, that weight finally has somewhere to be set down. Your breath slows to match the swaying of the grain. Your hands, resting on your knees, feel heavier than they have all day. The good heaviness of hands that no longer need to do anything. You notice, distantly, that this is the same feeling that has been building in you since you first crossed the black waters. The sense that everything asked of your body in the world you left behind is being, one layer at a time, gently removed. The plowing, the counting of seasons, the waiting for grain to answer effort with yield. All of it lifted, the way mist lifts from a valley floor once the sun has fully set and there is nothing left to burn it away. Ho-ji rests here, and his rest is not a small thing. It is the rest of someone who worked the whole of his existence toward a single outcome, the growing of food, and who has now been given, at last, a field where that outcome requires nothing further from him. His labor did not vanish. It became unnecessary. There is a difference, and lying here beside his grave, you feel that difference settle into your own chest like something warm poured slowly into a cold bowl. You are not the god of grain. You have not carried what he carried, but you recognize in your own tired arms and your own softened breath a small reflection of the same relief, the relief of a body that has been allowed finally to stop bracing for what it must still accomplish. The evening deepens around you. The mound is no darker than the field, no different in color, no different in texture, only slightly higher the way a sleeping shape beneath a blanket is only slightly higher than the bed around it. You lie back against the earth beside it, not out of exhaustion exactly, though your body is glad for the ground, but because it feels like the natural next thing to do, the way closing your eyes feels natural once the room has gone dark, and there is nothing left to look at that daylight was needed for. The grain leans over you here too, the way it leans over him, the way it leans over everything in this wilderness that has stopped needing to labor for its place among the growing things. You feel the cool ground beneath your back, holding your weight the way it has held Ho-Ji's for longer than you can measure, without complaint, without difference, the same patient stone and soil beneath God and traveler both. Your breathing slows further. The Luan birds are quiet now, resting somewhere in the dark trees at the field's far edge. The phoenix, if it still dances, dances too softly now to be heard. The 100 beasts you left behind in the field's center are likely still breathing together in that long, unhurried rhythm, and you sense, without needing to check, that you have not truly left them, that this whole wilderness moves as one slow, continuous breath, and you are simply lying in a different part of that same breathing body. You close your eyes. The grain moves above you, unseen now, only felt as a faint shifting of air, faint enough to be mistaken for your own exhale. Ho-Ji rests in ground he no longer needs to work, beneath grain he no longer needs to plant, in a field that answers no calendar and asks no effort, only presence, only stillness, only the simple fact of lying down and being held. You lie there beside him, two shapes at rest, in a field that keeps growing regardless, that has always kept growing regardless, long before either of you arrive to notice it, and that will go on growing long after both of you have stopped keeping track of the hours, the seasons, the difference between waking and sleep. The grass beneath you has grown warm with the shape of your body. It no longer feels like something separate, something you are lying upon. It feels like something you are becoming part of, the way a stone becomes part of a riverbed after enough slow years of water passing over it. Your shoulders have sunk into the earth. Your spine has forgotten it was ever asked to hold you upright. The field does not ask this of you now, and you do not offer it. Somewhere above, or perhaps beside you, the Luan bird's song continues, though you could not say when you stopped listening for its beginning or its end. It has become the sound your own blood makes, moving quietly through you. You do not follow the notes. You are simply inside them, the way you are inside your own breath, the way a sleeping person is inside a room without needing to name its walls. The phoenix, if it is still dancing, dances somewhere behind your closed eyes now, its slow turning folded into the dark you find there. You cannot tell if you are watching it or dreaming it. The difference has stopped mattering. There was never a line between the watcher and the watched here, only degrees of stillness, and you have reached the deepest one. Your hands rest open at your sides, palms up, holding nothing, needing to hold nothing. This has always been a place where hands are not required to labor. Now even the memory of that labor is loosening, grain by grain, the way sand loosens from a closed fist when the fist finally opens. You feel the grain around you, the fat beans, the fat rice, the fat millet, though you no longer distinguish one from another. They have become a single soft weight pressed lightly against your arms, your legs, your chest, the way blankets settle after they have been pulled up in the middle of a long night. Winter and summer meet somewhere above you, folded together into a single warmth that has no season, only presence. The 100 beasts breathe nearby, unseen now, only felt as a slow rise and fall in the dark. a rhythm you have joined without deciding to. Your own chest moves the same way, in and out, slow, unhurried. There is no longer a boundary marking where their breathing ends and yours begins. The field breathes once, and everything inside it rises and falls together. Notice the weight of your own body now, heavy and warm against whatever is holding you, whether it is grass or stone or something softer that has no name. Notice that your breathing has slowed to match the long, unbroken rhythm of the grain moving above you. There is nowhere left to walk toward, because the walking was only ever a way of arriving here, and you have arrived. Hoji lies somewhere close, resting in ground that no longer asks anything of him, grain god at peace beneath grain that grows itself. You understand him now the way you understand your own stillness, not as an idea, but as a felt thing, warm and simple. He stopped needing to plant. You have stopped needing to walk. The field kept growing before either of you thought to notice, and it will keep growing after this thought too has softened and gone quiet. The path that brought you here, through the hush of the black waters, through fields fat with unplanted grain, past the Luan bird singing to no one, past the phoenix dancing for no one, past the lingsho tree flowering and fruiting in the same unbroken moment, that path has not disappeared. It is still there, somewhere behind you or beneath you, or folded into the dark like everything else. But you do not need it anymore. You are not going anywhere. You are never going anywhere. The going was only ever a slow way of arriving at this single, unhurried stillness. Your eyelids are heavy, and you let them be heavy. Your breath is slow, and you let it be slow. The dark behind your closed eyes is the same dark that stretches over the wilderness of Duguang, over the sleeping beasts, over the grave of the grain god, over the grain that needs no hands. There is nothing left to notice, because everything has already been noticed, softly, without effort, the way this whole field has grown without effort, the way sleep arrives without effort, once a body has finally, fully stopped insisting on anything else. The grain moves above you, the beasts breathe beside you, the birds sing on, quietly to no one, which is to say, to everyone, which is to say, to you, though you no longer need to hear them to know they are singing. You are lying in the wilderness of Duguang, between two dark rivers, in a field that grows itself in every season at once, beside a god who finished his labor long ago, among beasts that for nothing, under birdsong that asks for nothing, and you are simply here, unmoving, held, breathing. The field keeps growing. You keep resting.